Um, we're gonna continue with the Great Ace Attorney Resolve Case 2, which is a comeback to part of a story that we jumped over. Remember, like there were a 3-month jump between the 4th and the 5th case, and basically we assumed that it was like basically Ryunosuke getting used to his desk, like having some sort of life or some sort or something like that. But apparently there was another case. It was Natsume who got caught up again into another trial. And this trial apparently went in a way that Sherlock or Herlock Sholmes insisted that Iris would not write a book about it. Like, okay, this is gonna remain like top secret for some reason because of some detail. We have no idea why. So there we go. Right now we're at the soundtrack of the second game, and this is the Great Exhibition. So Terayama says, my intention with this was to compose a piece that's befitting of a World Expo whilst keeping it light and fun without straying into the comedic. So yeah, it's kind of it's fair-like. And then there's Kitagawa who had an unused. He wrote a version that wasn't kept. It was this one. Scrap version of the Great Exhibition of London's team. Okay, because this is something that's gonna happen soon, so I'm sure we'll need something like this, I thought to myself as I composed this piece in secret. But before I knew it, Mr. Terayama's version has been chosen. What in the world of expos happened? Okay, so they wrote two different things, and he's not sure why his version wasn't kept. But yeah, it felt like this was good. Yeah, I understand why they went for Terayama's version, but still. There's a curtain rises. So I borrowed a melodic phrase from Yunosuke's team this time as well for this little prologue piece, but can't you tell which part is it? It looks like a saving theme, but I think it's the prologue. I think the thing that plays during Case 1. The tale of the judicial assistant pretending to be a boy, something like that. And then we had the scrap version of the team at the start of Resolve episode 1. Oh, okay. So Kitagawa says, I think I was on the right track with this, but if you compare it to the final version, this one severely lacks a certain spark to get players in the mood to start playing. All it really delivers on it is a sense of splendor and elegance. Yeah, it's true. It's a good song, but it doesn't aim to do what it was meant to do. Yeah. Okay, so this was nice. Alright, so let's continue with the tradition. I want to make sure... Okay, all my tailor suits are on. Very good, very good. So now we're gonna see Herlock, Ryunosuke, and Susato with new clothes. And now we're gonna see moving pictures. No, not portrait. Moving pictures. Portrait, we're gonna keep it at the end of the game, because there's so much stuff that's there. Alright, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, 7 Days of Sin. Evening of day 2, indictment. So let's see what this is about. Evening of day 2. 3rd July, 5 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Rubble. The same jury. I hereby call to order this trial of the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed with the second trial. Kazuma Suki for the defense, my lord. Yes, I'm ready. Herlock Sholmes for the prosecution, my lord, as ever in complete and utter readiness. And I is ever in complete and utter unreadiness. What is it this time? I really have no idea what I'm supposed to have done. The crime of which you stand accused tonight, my dear fellow, is that of dishonoring a lady. Dishonoring? A lady? Indeed, the accused judicial assistant, in fact. Judicial assistant Mikotoba? I still remember it clearly. The words out of the accused's mouth last night at a restaurant. As the lady in question arose from her seat to leave, he noticed she had forgotten her purse. Do you recall, I presume, what blurted from your lips, Mr. Naruto? Well, yes, I think it was something like this. Oh, that looks like Susato-san's purse. I think you're forgetting something, Sasato-san, Suza-san. I mean... The accused insulted the lady by mispronouncing her name, not once, but 3 times! Hold it! Yes, certainly to call one's own judicial assistant by the wrong name is a graceful blunder, but... No buts, my learned friend. From that 3rd attempt to Suzat turned, what officially turned to Suzhat Swan. Gah! Just try it for yourself. Try to say that name 3 times in a row and see how you get on. You'll quickly find out that's harder than your average tongue twister. The truth is, names that look prettiest on papers are death trap for the mouth. Spotlight on Ryunosuke. The accused have wrought great disgrace with the ill-fated twist of the tongue, for which the prosecution seeks the harshest of sentences. In summary then, the courts must decide the following. In failing to say Sudazo-san correctly 3 times in rapid succession, a crime worthy of punishment or merely a result of punishing name for the tongue. The most beautiful names have a right to be pronounced beautifully. The prosecution has called for strict penal action. We shall reconvene at 5 tomorrow. The defendant Ryunosuke Naruto's fate is now in your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Do you find him innocent or guilty? What say you, juror? Until tomorrow, then, we'll see how this case ends. Help me! To be continued. So I'm supposed to wait until next time for the continuation of this. Sorry, I got a brain fart. A heavy brain fart. Alright. So now we have rehearsed our voices a little bit. I was trying to do something else for Ryunosuke, but I don't think... I'll see how it goes, because I see that last time I did Ryunosuke, I was trying to do a bit of a heavy English accent, and maybe that's why I had trouble with that. I'll try to ease it up a bit for Ryunosuke to see how it goes. So yeah, I'm gonna start with the memoirs, investigation part 1. Here you go, episode 2. The memoirs of the clouded Kokoro. Still don't know why it's called like that. It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. There's a lady, one of an invisible killer next to a lamppost with a knife on her back. Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. Yes. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. You see another shadow with a knife. I dare say strangled most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play. Ah, remember, like there was a guy, there were 2 guys during chapter 4 that came out of nowhere. And, yeah. And we have no idea how this resolved. We have no idea who these guys were. We have no idea why were they here, but apparently we're gonna see this now. Alright. My name is Ryunosuke Naruto. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived at a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. And I'm hungry. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mrs. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. So now he's going down. 30th of August, 7:28 a.m., Sholmes' suite. So nothing much changed since last time we saw him. It's pretty much the same. There's not much memorabilia. I believe there's some sort of necklace that's standing from view, like it's standing out more than any other items. It feels like this one has been recently added next to a pair of round glasses on the bookshelf next to the gas lamp, on the right gas lamp near the earth. Ah, here goes Iris.
Ah, Reno, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready!
Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we ate, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning.
Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruto!
Okay, now we can see Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I can see the mask as the goggles. The goggles are on the mask. Alright. So the fox mask is actually his cap. He puts these goggles on, and he puts it, hangs it around his neck when he is not using them. And yeah, he's. So I noticed that his machine is back. The one that he pawned, he got it back. The violin is back. So yeah, for some reason, Sherlock wants to impress us with his brilliant deducting skills. Oh, and his pipe is an opium pipe.
This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow.
Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, I see. So that's it.
Okay, now he's in my face. Is close up. Distanciation, please. 6 foot. 6 feet, please. Thank you.
The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation has revealed it again.
What are you talking about?
You, Mr. Naruto, you have this very morning met with a surprise.
Well, I was about to say that.
Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning.
But no, I talk now.
But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand.
My hair always looked like this. It's been this way since I first met you.
Oh, it has?
And the button was whipped off last night, if you remember. By you!
Hurley pulled your button off?
Sholmes ...
Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place.
Well, I would like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket properly.
It is troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes.
Helpful.
What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Ritter said it was when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. ...
Yeah.
Oh, well, that really is a surprise.
Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
All right then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventure of Sherlock Sholmes as published in Rance magazine.
So, Mr. Naruto, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning?
I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie you mean? Was it? Really?
Oh, that's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact.
Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
Okay, so converse. Miss Susato's letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by International Post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask?
She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
Yeah, and the letter follows that expect having a dashing cousin who is also an attorney, and his name is Ryutaro Naruhodo. Whatever that means. I never heard of this guy. Who is he?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow.
I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness.
Ah, Natsume. Nope, I don't recall that name.
Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago.
Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache?
You didn't have two mustaches, Hurley.
Well, his mustache was twice as big as anyone else. He looked like Markiplier. Well, yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now.
A very deep impression they made on you, clearly.
Startling news.
So,
What was this startling news penned by Miss Susato?
Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely certain that a case of that nature did not occur.
He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked what we read over her case notes again and investigate further.
Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose?
Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings.
Oh.
On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, as she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes! It was very strange, wasn't it?
And suddenly we have McGilded's team. Is he back? Ooh, yes, yes. I've been killed in the fire, so I was. But my spirit lingers around in London.
And I have compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that? Are you sure?
Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Miss Susato's repatriation.
Oh, it's been 4 months since we saved Susie off at Dover.
I'm gonna need my cushions. It's been hard on my back for a while. And yeah, I did some cleaning and I moved the cushions and I forgot to bring them back. Alright.
It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe.
That's right, telling her to return urgently.
Yes, because her father had passed away.
No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she would make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
Well, I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believed it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that, I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
Ah, well, who can say?
The mask is on his forehead now, top of his brow. What? But you said...
Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, mend the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later.
Bows and leaves. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found them at last!
Iris, are they...
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Rue, now?
Absolutely, thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding at the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit!
She cocks her steam pop gun. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. He's no longer a lawyer? What happened with him and, what's his face? Vortex. Maelstrom. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded into the wintry streets of London. Yeah, a young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. It turned out it was the maid. The Gary Depp maid, which was actually the wife. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. Bart's? So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. St. Bart Hospital? St. Bartholomew? Okay, 21st of February, 5:33 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Recovery ward. There it is.
There you are at last.
Good morning, Mr. Sholmes.
I think not.
There's a rat. There's a rat on the ground next to some sort of bag who belongs to the doctor.
Oh!
Susato's there with her new steampunk clothes made by Iris.
You're late. What on earth took you so long?
Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital.
That's right, it is 5:30 now. I think we made very good time.
That time is utterly irrelevant! Irrelevant, I say! The fact is, I have been waiting for that what felt like an eternity! In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you.
Well, thanks for that.
Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness.
Oh, this is Olive, what's her face?
You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here.
So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back.
Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green.
I think it was Olive Green, but I'm not sure. Let's examine the room. There's so much to examine here. There's an easel. There's a picture here. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. There's a blonde boy who likes to paint.
Oh, yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He's a slender, he has an oval face. Big round ears, a bit stretched out. Wearing an ascot. It's a black and white picture. I believe he's related to Miss Green. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think?
Mine, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Then we have a sculpture here, made of clay. This rounded wooded figure isn't the most charming, is it?
I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what we call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Oh, it's the same build. Yeah, this mannequin has the same build as Olive, so maybe he wanted to draw Olive, so he wanted a full-figure mannequin. Like a chubby little one. Let's see the sheet on the bed. Oh, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's say, do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? That's all it says. Do not feed.
You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park.
For the pigeons, yes, but this is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this. The doctors are fat-shaming the patient. Not cool. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
Hehe, if you were patients here, I'd feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Let's see the rat.
Eek! A mouse, Mr. Naruto! An enormous mouse!
Vermin in the hospital. That doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
Well, I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of his facility, if that's what you were thinking. It's probably a pet. So let's see, on the other side. Oh, this looks like the treatment note for whoever is occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so...
He or she is probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. Yeah, if the patient can run in the hospital, why are they keeping it? There are all sorts of medicine in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can't imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle of two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you would break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato. Then we have the bag.
That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her.
Alright then. Let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Mr. Naruto. You must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young maidens might have chocolates or biscuits or caramel. It says do not feed. I'm looking for contraband. You know. Fine, I'll go talk to her. Excuse me, do you have any chocolates? Good morning. Exclamation mark. And she walks. She's having paints in her pocket as well. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruto from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no! Was it your knife that... are you the man who...
No, I'm a lawyer. And she bows.
And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to give you our best wishes.
Best wishes? For me? Oh, thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Oh, well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist.
She's holding a key on her neck.
But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
Oh, I don't think that's related, actually.
Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience. Sorry. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. Green,
It was cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sherms.
Mr. Sherms, so you well know it was Mr. Naruto's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to film me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry, I should never have regained consciousness. I was selfish of me.
Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green, because she's having the blues. About yourself. So, you're an artist, aren't you, Miss Green?
Oh no, oh I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. At the sorry. At the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
Oh my! The Academy of Fine Arts, Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Grain, do you live hereabouts?
Oh, no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting. Brixton, you say?
Oh, no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away from the underground from here. On the underground. And Thorndyke Academy is a mere 3-minute walks from Brixton town center.
Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache.
Inferior means? I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill.
It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be walking out in such a district. That's all.
Green ... What's this? She suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Grain. And oh, is there a narrow fodder here, Mr. Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naru Hodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Oh, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Sasaki Natsume, oh my god. This cop... Seriously. This cop should be fired. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me.
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on? What's this Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning?
What are you waiting for? Let me see that.
Oh. Sholmes, ...
Oh, well, this is most unexpected.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes?
It's written in Japanese. I can't read that shit. You have it back. Is something wrong, Mr. Scholes, he says. Have you not seen this note?
No, how could I have?
It seems that London's criminals have no intentions of letting that great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Murder?
Call a cab. Time is of the essence.
But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did.
That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings.
Wait, what?
I'll hire a fiacre at once.
It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive, or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Saving. 21st of February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Yeah, this is the guy from What on earth? This is the guy from the first game that we saw that he looks like a Shakespearean actor. But basically he looks more like a Jack from a playing card. Looks like he's wearing purple. He's sitting, passing out. He has a cape on. And he's fainted, face first on the table while sitting down. His legs spread eagled. He's holding a fork. There's a cup tilting down on the side. There's something on the floor. There's some props on the back that looks like a Greek column with some stairs and a red carpet etched together. And then we have, yeah, this is Mr. Natsume's apartment, I remember, from the bricked window and the lock on the gas. There's bloomers and an old shirt with patches suspending on in midair. And then there's a mannequin holding the costume of a king with a big golden necklace, ostentatious, like we would see kings wear, with the crown. And we see underneath there's some sort of red dress, and then there's a gown with an S on it. And then we see a hatter, polka dot hatter, yellow and with the red dot that's been patches as well. And we see wigs, a white wig in the corner of a table, maybe sitting on a stool. What on earth?
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead!
Look, I'm student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Mr. Natsume!
Oh, why is this happening? Why to me again? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Waffle worm without wiggle.
I see you in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
Ah! Not the horrible airlock Sholmes! Shoot! Shove up! Show yourself the door! I never invited you!
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
Flicking the nose of the mask.
I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
Grrr.
Oh, Gregson.
Kisk, here we are, already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Oh, unpleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Ah, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Good morning, Inspector. Gregson, ...
This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything.
Or good morning to you too, sunshine. Okay, we see Natsumi on the left and Gregson on the right. I cannot converse with anyone, but I can examine the scene. I'm gonna look at the right. There's, oh my god. There's a set made of wooden planks. It's supposed to be a castle, but it's so crudely made. It looks like it was made by a kid. There's even a shrubbery of roses.
Oi! Oh, I said hands off! You're gonna mess up what a crime scene.
Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all.
No chance! I know your kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it.
Ugh, someone's in a bad mood.
There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there?
Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Alright, let's talk to the detective first. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he?
Mr. William Shamspeare.
William Shamspeare.
He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happened, or just dead.
Mr. Shamspeare.
It was the landlord, old Mr. Garideb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garideb got worrying and kicked the door down.
But doesn't Mr. Garideb has a bad leg?
Oh, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking.
Really? Soseki-san?
The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life from the miserable end to it.
I think I should get some chips. I just bought some chips. You know what? Every time Gregson's gonna take a bite of his fish and chips, I'm gonna get some chips. There, I decided. Be right back. Won't take long, I promise. And I'm back already. I had two flavors, all dress and ketchup. I decided to use all dress because ketchup stains my fingers too much. And if it stains my fingers, it's gonna stain my controller. And I'll be having none of that. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so you shouldn't have sent him away on the from the crime scene.
Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit, a cohabiter.
You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appeared to be under suspicion again.
It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he?
Poor man, how unfortunate.
Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. The body's still warm.
Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. I can talk to Soseki. What a terrible thing to have happened.
It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences.
So, the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose.
So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? Soseki ... Soseki ... He looks hesitant. He's having his paranoid look. He's looking behind his back, adjusting his bow tie, adjusting the little handkerchief on his breast pocket. And now he's shaking like a leaf. ... What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it?
Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But he never invited me to his room. Never! On my honor, I swear it.
What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come.
go through that inspector over there. Oh, what's Sherlock Holmes doing? He's posing? Oh my, hello there. Showing your muscly arms like that and your busty legs. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Ah, you only need observe to know it, my dear fellow. I'm investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that.
There's nothing natural about that pose.
Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life.
Ah!
Oh.
Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something what Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow?
No, don't mind me. Forget I was here.
And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips.
Nonsense!
Ah.
Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions?
No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant.
Impossible to ignore.
You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no details.
Are we gonna witness another my favorite part of this investigation? Is it gonna happen again?
But of course, let the theatrical tragedy there before us be unrivaled by my great deduction presented for your pleasures in 2 acts.
We've heard some truly astounding great deduction from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? Sorry.
So, my dear fellow, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Holmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1.
The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Yes. Topic 1. Cause of death. Love this part. Okay, now we see spotlight on the body. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in that disconsolate room last night. There's a stain.
Foam on the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison.
There's a stain on the table. There's butter, or is it cheese? Yes. Spotlight on cheese.
Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set to so purposely upon the dish? The victim's last supper, in fact, yes.
Spotlight on the fork.
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork revealed the answer.
Question mark on Natsume.
It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the front of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life! Exclamation mark. Yet the struggle against the hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Question mark. The soap and the ladder around about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. Spotlight on Sherlock. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Through personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course.
Conclusion, poisoning from soap ingestion. Okay, so that's probably not it. Topic number 2, suicide or murder? Question mark.
The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? Exclamation mark. The audience were recalled that death occurred during the victim's last supper, air quote. Spotlight on the cup. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer, question mark. To draw a conclusion of such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow! Exclamation mark.
Spotlight on the broken door. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. The door has been kicked open by Natsume. And then we have a flashback. Through forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. Spotlight on a reconstruction of the scene. In other words, when the victims consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence he wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was felt cleansed on his way to the hereafter. Spotlight on Sholmes. Conclusion, no possible perpetrator present. Flick the nose of the mask. Thus conclude the final act of Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction. Now we gotta correct that. Susato ... Oh, chips! There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes.
You are disposed to identify just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Narodome? Pray, what concerns you?
Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap?
It is quite apparent that this man has barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing.
How extraordinary!
In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past.
You've eaten it, you mean?
My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut.
And did it?
As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous.
Or rather, soap makes you vomit.
It has an unpleasant taste that leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it.
Oh, I wouldn't eat it even if you did.
There's something that troubles me as well, actually.
Oh, what's that?
It's Mr. Natsume.
Ugh.
I couldn't help noticing it shuddering and quivering out in the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deduction touched a nerve somehow.
Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last.
I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deduction may need some gentle correction in order to reach the actual truth.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do.
Yes, we must pick out the keywords in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deduction, and discreetly exchange them from something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1!
Silhouette of Ryunosuke. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Cause of death. Poisoning from soap ingestion.
Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the event that transpired in this disconsolate room that night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap yet so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes! Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The fork reveals the answer.
Fork. Well, you can't deny that the fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something.
Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I would prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopstick.
And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate.
But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap.
Okay, so now we have the teacup, the bar of soap. Let's move around. The fork is clean. Can only move around this. There's a stain on the table. I cannot move further than that. Let's check the teacup. Let's examine it. Do you think he was drinking tea with the soap?
The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing.
Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible?
Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be.
Fork? I suppose you would eat soap with a fork, would you?
I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop.
Well then why? Why does a man have a fork in his hand?
Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruto, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used his fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we really have to consider some other clues.
Let's see. Ah, the other piece of soap on the floor. The hat is on the floor and the other half is there. Look, there's some more soap on the floor. Mr. Shamsphere must really have loved the stuff.
Let's not jump to conclusion, Mr. Naruto. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half of the bar on the table?
What the? How can that be?
I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
So yeah, he didn't eat soup. He didn't eat the soap because the other half here shows that the bar would be full.
Take that!
Other piece of soap. Yes! Breakthrough! The other piece of soap reveals the truth. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The other piece of soap reveals the answer. Now we can see the suit, the steampunk suit of Naruto, and we see the little plushie next to him, and apparently the plushie's head moved the same way as Ryunosuke would. It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating soap at all.
But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite.
Well, that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table.
An excellent observation, Mr. Naruto. One that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted contents on the plate. Poison that tainted the contents on the plate?
Mr. Sholm is still pushing the soap argument then.
Perhaps it's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it?
If soap in London isn't that poisonous, I don't think I would want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all.
Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it?
Okay, let's see. We have the contents of the plate. You have the teacup, the fork. Let's see. There's the teacup. If soap is not in the equation, probably the teacup. Let's see if, what happened if I examine the teacup. Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusion of dry tea leaves.
It's a teacup, Mr. Naruto, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty.
Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea.
My thoughts exactly.
Okay, so he drank the tea.
Take that!
Teacup. Breakthrough. Yes! The victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup.
Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop.
There's no sign of food anywhere in the room.
Which leads us to the immutable conclusion.
Spotlight on Sholmes.
The cause of death was clearly intoxication through the ingestion of poison contained in his teacup.
So poison from the tea. Solved. So it's not poison from the soap, it's poison from the tea. Topic 2, suicide or murder. No possible present perpetrator.
The cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? Exclamation mark.
And now we see Natsume is feeling guilty.
The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and dine alone? The single teacup suggests the answer.
Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far.
Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it.
There's more to this deduction than it seems.
We must closely examine the scene of the crime once again for more clues.
Can I look elsewhere? Okay, I can look from the other side of the table. Oh, he's holding a teacup from another hand. Other teacup.
Take that!
Other teacup. Breakthrough. It's not the cup that's on the table that's with poison. Did the man dine and dine alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. There was 2 of them. Spotlight on the the spotlight on the reconstruction. There was a table, a bar of soap, and 2 teacups. There were 2 teacups in this room all along. Oh! In other words, this is a strong indication that the victim's last supper, there was a guest present.
Yes, at the very least, we can say now with certainty.
Spotlight. No spotlight. That somebody else was here in this room last night taking tea with the victim.
What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable!
To draw a conclusion of such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly.
In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table?
Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow! Exclamation mark.
Do you mean to say you know exactly what in this room at the time? Who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death?
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock.
Well, I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now, because if we say it's the broken lock, it would be like Natsume invites himself in and then they have tea. But that doesn't make sense. Like, why would you have tea with someone who just broke your door? But it's true that Natsume said that Shamspear never invited him for tea. But yeah, this doesn't make sense, so that mustn't be it.
I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap.
But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about.
Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Naruhodo.
No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Let's see what else we can find. There's the broken lock. There's an empty bottle. There's a candle. A pile of books. These looks like the books Natsume was carrying while he bumped on Olive Green. Pile of books. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially.
I wonder what they are. Let's see, the titles read The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and...
Oh no! It's the same 3 books!
A Meal for Gaborio!
Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before.
Could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day.
What?
Yes, on the day
of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Sosuke-san has just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right.
And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim.
Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think?
I really don't know what to make of it.
Pile of familiar books. God. It has to be it. This is the reason why he was accused. Like, we accuse Natsume of poisoning Shamspear. And we're gonna represent it to proving that it was wrong. But that's how the stage appear.
Take that!
Pile of familiar books. Yes, breakthrough. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books.
Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room, it's the link to the truth.
Spotlight on Natsume.
Ah!
Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at the second-hand bookshop.
That's just a coincidence!
In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment!
No, never, no, non-negotiable!
If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that.
In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room.
Right after you got out of jail.
Last night, having returned to your lodging after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. Spotlight on the butter, oh, not on the butter, on the soap. The victim died here in the room last night as a result of poisoning. Spotlight on Ryunosuke. That same night, the victim has a visitor. And that visitor... Spotlight on both of them. Was you, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Airlock Sholmes' great deduction. Conclusion. Sosuke Natsume at the scene. Solved. Deduction complete.
Elementary. Not again, not again, not again!
Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. Hey, Raphael, we're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again.
But wait!
Hold your horses! Yes?
Door, key, lock, entry, exit, entirely impossible!
He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal.
What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy.
What?
You live in the same building after all. You would have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure.
Misery me!
Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The fact speaks for himself, Mr. Mustache.
Oh, you horrible Airlock Sholmes!
He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? And Gregson's still leading. So I'm gonna have to eat too.
Come now, no dilly-dally. Outside. There's a carriage waiting.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent.
Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it.
And one more thing.
Oh, yes?
My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me.
Yeah, poor Wagahai. And so, his evil curse will still apparently unbroken. Sosuke-san found himself once again the prime suspect in the case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective.
Again, my dear fellow, that honor belongs to you.
Well, at least that means that Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now.
Yes, that's right. And of course,
What?
have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare.
Oh, Mr. John Garrideb, yes.
I expect we could find him in the sitting room on the top floor as usual.
Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later then. Okay. Now we can examine. Let's start from the left.
This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it?
Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performance?
Actors aspiring for the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruto, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office.
What?
Then you could practice your art every single day.
Ryunosuke ... I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Susato ...
Well, if that would help you achieve your goal, I'll do it.
Well, this I have to say. Okay, spider webs. Oh, lamp. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall.
Gas lights? A gas stove? London really is a city of gas.
But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb has an open fire on the top floor, didn't they?
Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there.
Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Here's the... And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins.
Ah, I see. Yes, now you've pointed out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here...
That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating.
So if you were a poor person with no money, you have to sleep in the freezing cold?
Yes. Or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Let's see... I guess we're gonna check the crime scene.
Oh, the poor man! So young to die! Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was?
Well, I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in the Japanese prayer will help a British soul?
Sorry?
I made sure I made a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually.
Getting in their book.
This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Yeah, it's quite a big book for a guide. Let's check the teacup.
Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeare and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruto. There's bitter poison inside.
I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty.
That's true. So, one was Mr. Shamspeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from.
But Sosuke-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. The pair of teacup has been entered into the court record. Teacup used by Mr. Shamspeare and Natsume. The one with the green line around the rim was Natsume's. Okay, so the red one was... yeah, I noticed there are little lines on the side. So yeah, Shamspeare was using a red rim teacup, and Natsume a green rib. Green rim. Okay, so then mannequin. Look at this extravagant bright costume. Somehow they look out of place in this room with this grim shady going-ons.
This one looks like a king's attire.
A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Okay, so now I get it. Like the gown that says S for Shamspear. So that belongs to him. So I think that he was practicing King Lear. Or maybe... Oh my god, I just realized the number of plays that Shakespeare made that involved kings. Macbeth, Othello, there's King Lear, of course, but then there's like Richard the Second and the Third, and King John. Was Falstaff a king? I'm not sure. But then there was Henry the Fourth, Henry the Fifth, Henry the Eighth. Resort of being a king.
Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like.
With a kanmage top knot. Every Japanese man wishes he has a kanmage.
Oh, you would look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword.
Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the street of London with a kanmage and a sword? There's something on the floor. What's this? Looks like a broken shard. It looks like part of an envelope, I think.
Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the lever was open?
Is that significant?
Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there?
Ah, she's right. And yet...
Here we have the torn off end of one envelope. It just strikes me as unusual.
I agree. We better take this just in case. Torn off envelope has been entered to the court record. Ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Shamspeare's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Okay, what else we got? Wig. Shelves.
There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked.
Yes, not much shoes, are there? What's the matter?
Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Prosecutor Lord Van Zeek? Oh, with his chalice. What the number of times he breaks the chalice, and are we gonna see him again? I wonder if he's gonna be the recurrent prosecutor, or are we gonna meet a new one? Because remember in the notes, there was a prosecutor Asogi. Is it another guy from Japan? We'll see, I wonder. I need to move my chips away, because they're too tempting.
Yes, he's also reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a wise that he should donate some to the needy.
You can suggest it next time we meet. Oh, the bar window.
As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay.
What strange things that they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the numbers of windows they had in a property is extraordinary.
It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid the unaffordable tax. Oh!
What is it, Mr. Zato?
If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose.
Oh, you're right. There's 3 of them. They're loose. Yeah, the mortar has been removed. Oh, there's more bar soap. Oh yeah, it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room.
Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruto. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it.
What, outside?
so cold outside, you can feel it through this gap.
It did snow last night, it would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps?
It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window?
I have no idea. But the pair of them looks rather charming like that.
Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? Well, I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all.
Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at this soap.
Ah!
Do you see in the middle here?
There's some sort of seal on it, like made out of melted wax.
There's a patch that's a different color. It's some sort of transparent, but...
Some sort of fancy design, I suppose, only in Great Britain, eh?
It looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful! It's probably a very expensive brand.
Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? The bar of soap has been entered into the court record. Oh, we found everything here. Saving. Question mark. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Oh, Tobias. Inspector Gregson, back so soon?
Yeah, after I threw that little Japanese fellow in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard.
Oh, I see.
Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh?
We'd better be leaving then.
Poor Mitsunatsume must be feeling very low being back in the cell again so soon.
Oh, wait. We should probably go and... The guy is not even dead. He was faking it. I noticed that the fork dropped and I see the body move and now the guy just stands up. Okay, before we go any further, I want to check my evidence. I got the second-hand book receipt. Customer Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings standard receipt of picture of Mr. Lecoq, meal for Gaborio, Canterbury earnings. And then we have the nearby street map, which is Natsume's lodgings, Briar Road. We have Bourbon Books, we have Your Books, which the books come from, and we have Calabash Road. And I remember that on Meerschaum Street, there was some construction back in the day. So they couldn't go to Meerschaum Street. They have to go to Calabash Road on the roundabout way. Okay. And then we have the 2 pair of teacups. Oh, we can examine them. There are some cracks. Let's see, we can see the bottom. Oh, there's an inner rim on the teacup. I thought it was a red, but it actually is purple.
This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I always gulp it down too.
Sorry, Mr. Naroda?
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea.
The details of the pair of teacups has been updated. The teacup used by Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Natsume. There is no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup, so only Shamspear drank tea. Interesting. Yeah, I can see it now. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never noticed before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese!
Let's see. No, that was the only detail we can find about those teacups. They have some stain in the bottom, but I guess it's from the fabric because they're pretty old. That they're cracked, and they're like, okay, the torn end of an envelope. Let's see. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, didn't they? It was torn open by hand.
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruto! Never!
Yeah, it looks like... Yeah. It looks like a right hand, because usually when you tore an envelope, you tore it on the sides that it's been folded. So they say that, okay, it's been torn by the right hand because we see the white marks of the paper. Okay. And now we have the bar of soap. What's this in the middle?
This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it?
Trust the British to turn the boring bar of soap into something special.
I quite like it. It reminds me of the Inumaru design of the Japanese flag.
Yeah, it looks like a Japanese flag, like if the soap is the white and the red circle is the Inumaru.
I expected this is rather expensive soap.
That doesn't seem likely given who it belongs to. Can I cannot check the insides, only that there's a mark in the middle. Like something has been carved inside of the soap. And then they put the thing on top to seal it or something. Alright,
What's wrong, Mr. Naruto? Yeah!
Spotlight on the actor who's standing up, still foam on his face, and he looks at his hand.
Out! Out! Brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player.
Oh!
He pulls down and looks down on his left hand.
That struts and frets this hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
Shakespeare, ... Now, how sounded the next part? Gregson, 'tis a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Indeed! Oh, happy day!
And he falls on the floor, fainted. Whoa! Walking Dead! He's not dead, he's just pretending to be dead. The fellow isn't dead at all! What was that nonsense he was saying though?
I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare? So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Yeah, whatever that now was. Oh, there's a guy snooping out by the not window, the bricked-in window on Strand Street. There is still the broken bicycle. The guy is wearing all yellow with some sort of shoulder bag. That's resting on his butt. 21st of February, Briar Road.
Whatever you think will happen now?
Good question. Like, I don't think that Natsume Surely he won't be convicted for murder, but probably attempted murder. Again, that's weird. That's the second time he's gonna be arrested for attempted murder. Sorry, I need to check something on Discord real quick. Alright. Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life.
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspear did consume poison as we deduced. But was it an accident? Attempted suicide or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? Yeah, someone's prying. He's looking at the bar of soap. What's that man doing over there? He has a strong chin and a big button nose. It looks like Popeye. Oh, wait! I remember that guy. He was in the game too. He looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings. I'm gonna give him a Popeye voice because he looks like Popeye.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! He does some weird pose and he leaves. He just ran off.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
I do too, but I don't remember. Can we examine here? Yes, we can. You can see the soap, the bar of soaps. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb live, all the windows are bricked up.
Yes, that's because of the no window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows.
But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely.
Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done.
Yes, that is a sad state of affairs.
Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live off cooped up in a windowless room.
I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation.
It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that.
Here, the bike.
There has always seemed to be a bicycle outside of the Garrideb residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact.
That one seems very warped though, with especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think?
No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted.
Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think.
Oh dear, I feel you may be right.
Then we have the door. The Garrideb's household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in the prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant.
It does rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it?
And it's supposed to be haunted as well? Well, I think I might have a hunch as to why Sosuke-san has such a hunched back. Yeah, this is well kept. This is well unkept. I didn't know columns could bend like that. And it breaks here, and it's like... It's as if it's made of wood, and it works so hard that the wood twisted. So usually they make those of stone, right? London's blanketed in fog again, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built.
Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's open in 6 months' time.
That should be... Because right now we're in the flashback, so the great exhibition is gonna open soon, like during Case 3 maybe? Yeah, I can see the Crystal Tower. Everyone's talking about the great exhibition of London at the moment, it seems.
Well, it's to be the largest event of this kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself.
Do you think visiting students for the Far East like us will be granted entry?
The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris exposition.
Oh, I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed.
There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruto.
But they're gonna be sold out! I know it! William Robbins, blah blah blah. Snowman! Okay, Snowman. Why has somebody built the snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think?
That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruto. That's part of the snowman's body.
Really? But it already has a perfectly good body.
Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow, one for the head, one for the body. Perhaps this is a foreigner.
And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels.
If anything, his Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen are all that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs.
Do you even think that perhaps you think about things too much? Yeah, I understand why he says he's standing on the pedestal, because if we say that the ball in the bottom is a pedestal instead of legs, it's like a tiny little snowman. It says, "Yay!" Okay, so I want to move. A new location has been added, Briar Road. I want to go to the Garrideb's room. Yeah, that didn't change. 21st of February, the Garrideb's room. Yeah, that didn't change compared to last time. The patch of burned carpet, the fireplace, dressing room, the maid outfit, drying on the cannon, Garrideb's suit, Garrideb's medal, Garrideb's portrait, two shells that are hopefully duds. Why would they keep a live ammunition near a source of heat? I do not know. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode.
We're here because Mr. Garrideb's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget.
Ah, speaking of which. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrideb's as anyone, really.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday.
And now he's stirring his tea with his pipe.
Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrideb?
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room.
Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Oh, is he gonna stand up? Oh, he's standing up. Alright, now we're gonna talk to him. This morning incident. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I heard that you discovered what had happened.
Oh, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hasn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour.
That's very true, Mr. Naruto. In 30 minutes, oversleeping warranted such behavior. I would have to kick your door down every morning.
Oh, well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
Mr. Shamspear. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a ball is screw loose.
So hard to choose between categories so Seki-san would fall into.
Mr. Naruto, that's a little rude.
Oh, he was doing research as well.
Research? Into what?
Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare! Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Romeo and Hamlet.
Ah, yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems
incredible that Shakespeare's was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed here. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there?
Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspear would have that much in common.
Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Headline, air quote. Let's hope it's not that.
Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude!
Yesterday's event. Oh, after Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Sure, snow was going down rather heavily, as I remember. It was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out of that time.
Mr. Garrett noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose.
Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fireplace up here. It was rather 8 before Shamspear got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end at some time after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Susato, Is everything alright, Miss Susato?
Well, I was just thinking it was a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrideb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I understood correctly?
I'm not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg, have you?
Then, how is it that you seem to know the precise movement of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean?
Ah!
He's dumbfounded, he almost fell. That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? He looks, he has a concerned look on his face and he's sweating bullets.
I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know?
The more suspicious. If you're ex-military, you have a set of skills that will make you spying undetectable, you know?
I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Then, how did you know, Mr. Garrideb?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tell me everything.
The gas? Speaking gas. After passing gas, speaking gas. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I more or less worked that out.
Ah, every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supply gas to properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too.
Well, let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
What? They would dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light the gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it?
Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe.
Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. And barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite is also true, of course. Extinguishing the lamp up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Oh, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You've got it.
Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires.
Clever.
In point of fact, the room of the ground floor and the one above it usually use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh! That's fascinating, Mr. Garrideb! Absolutely fascinating!
Oh, well, nothing to it, really.
He make it spins the pipe around his finger. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrideb is so interested in what these tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity.
Well, we've done as much...
We have done as much investigating as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
Good idea!
Okay, we're done with the conversation. We can examine the room. I don't think they're gonna tell us much. Good to see Mr. Garrideb's Medal of Honor is still proudly displayed on the wall.
The inscription reads, "For distinguished participation," if you remember.
Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that.
Oh, wouldn't know it to look at me now, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know.
Devil-may-care? What did you get up to? Garrideb, looking at his pipe, twirling it around his fingers.
Well, all in the past now, of course, and best left there.
Best not, I want to know now. Now we have a picture of Garrideb. You look very dashing in your uniform here, Mr. Garrideb.
Oh, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs.
Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong.
Well, yes, the chaps presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return.
Oh, I see. So you did, presumably.
Our bally world, they're not.
Oh.
A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent. Eh?
And yet it's still there, proudly on the wall. Oh, that ass. Like, I believe his argument would have been that the portrait is not worth a month's rent. So probably a quarter month's rent, maybe, I don't know. Oh yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it?
Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garrideb?
Oh, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day.
He cracked his pipe.
What are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me.
I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it?
Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private.
Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display.
Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments?
Now we have the uniform.
That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garrideb?
Oh, well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you wanted.
Well, it might suit Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs.
Very tactful, Mr. Zato. Very tactful indeed. There's a single apron drying on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look.
Oh, no, Mr. Larodo. That's a real cannon!
I knew that. I was just testing you.
Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girls and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again.
Is there a war going on that I don't know about? Oh wait, nothing particular of note. There's a bucket here, or maybe it's the books.
Oh, a copy of Rance magazine! The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable he is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous.
That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Zato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories?
Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard, personally.
I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. Yeah. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand here.
I feel sure it was full of cakes when we first investigated it here as well.
Yes, I'm quite right. I haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all really since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know.
Oh,
Time has stood still. Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office.
you could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo.
These shelves looks like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast.
Reminds me of the Battle of Maywan, don't you know?
Ah, the experience of a season's variant.
Our enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for. The whole bally company! We were taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives.
Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually.
Well, their whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you.
When you're done for, you're really done for. Ugh. That's not what a lawyer who often finds himself on the fire wants to hear. Okay, we're done here. We're gonna move to prison to see Natsume. It's funny since he's having a Western uniform, like he's having the blazer, the pants, the vest, the shirt, but when it comes to footwear, he's wearing Geta. So it's like he's barefoot, but he's wearing a Geta. 21st of February, local prison, cell number 9.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
Look up, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Oh, yes?
What is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me?
Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes?
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deduction. They're not of his world. They're not of this world. They've left me. Ah, cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you.
Well, that sort of hurts.
Credit where credit's due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too.
Yes, moving on. Oh?
The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again!
Soski ... Now, in the absolutely worst case, you can only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume?
It's terrible!
Oh!
I'm stuck in a cell, suffering for some silly, wrong end of the stick. You did it, did you? Confess! You're a killer! Why the mustache? Constant questions!
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Ah! That selfish shyster! Make up your mind! Are you dead or alive? If you're going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wiggly wishy-washy William!
Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspear was never actually dead in the first place.
Oh, yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. A lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last.
Oh!
Oops.
Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? Soski ... I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am?
Please, Mr. Natsume.
Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story.
Why am I cursed like this?
Alright, let's converse. What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume?
There's nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday.
The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back.
It's hard to believe that was only yesterday.
After the trial was over, I trudged my weary back, way back to my lonely lodgings.
Gonna take a sip of water.
And that evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear.
So you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time.
Then what made you decide to go?
I bumped into it when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting, and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell.
Well, that ties in with what Mr. Garrett said, that the victim went out and came back after 8.
We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after when I took him for some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift.
So it was you who brought the tea that had been clearly been drunk at the scene then?
And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate.
I'm sure.
Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare!
And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspear's tea?
No! Never! Not at all! Team Juliet won! That was me! When I left this room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit! I swear it categorically!
Cursed existence. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and at that time I've learned that it's no place for me.
It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture.
There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road.
But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable.
Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously.
There's a reason why it's cheap, because the room is cursed.
Cursed? Cursed how?
The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died here.
Oh no!
He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why.
Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommended me the place, I wavered.
But I want books, and books cost money!
A horrible history is a small price to pay! When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning! Brave or blinkered. After I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was.
Gosh, was it really so awful?
Horrible history.
How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened?
At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me.
Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you?
No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the palace, to the place.
A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
All the souls who have died in that room lean over me in my sleep, and they try to strangle me!
That really is horrible.
And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room.
You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. I know it, and that's why.
I'm already searching for the next room with an history to call home.
I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history.
Phew! Susato-san knows how to make the man listen.
Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well.
You mean Mr. Garrideb?
Oh yes, he knows that if people keeps dying there, he will never be able to rent it out again.
Well, that's true. But I, for one, wouldn't go near the place.
Perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements.
You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must have been a reason why he keeps some such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear, no! It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well.
What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and is able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right.
Excuse me. Gregson. Inspector Gregson.
I couldn't help but ring what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news.
Oh?
Which would you want first?
Okay, his fishing chip is at the ready. My bag of chip is as well. I'm gonna remove my lozenge. Okay, I'm gonna just crack it. It's almost gone. Okay.
Which would you want first?
Always, every time, the bad news come first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle.
Alright, well, in that case, the good news it is.
Huh?
Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way.
Then why ask? Why did you ask me my preference then?
As you have well heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's just come around now.
Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, don't tell me that he's gonna charge him for attempted murder. I don't trust that Shamspeare at all. Like, why did he pretend to die?
Oh, thank goodness, it's all over then. I can't leave this somber cell.
Oh, sorry, no, that's not the card. That's not on the cards.
What?
Why ever not, Inspector?
Well, Mr. Shamspeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone?
Oh dear.
You don't mean.
I'm sorry to say I do. Yes, he's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. By sweet poison did he seek it to end my life. That wicked caitiff, Soseki Natsume.
No!
So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned, sorry. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations.
No! Okay. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether this room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. To be continued. Alright, we're gonna save here.
Dum 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 dum.
Alright, the trial part. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. I thought there was going to be a number, but apparently not. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Oh, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here! Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Bows. Yes, morning.
So here we are again.
Yes, again. Susato da da da. Sosuke da da da. Junical assistant Miss Mikotopa Esquires! What's the bad news?
Oh dear, you heard, did you?
If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say!
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now, what is it? Dot dot dot.
Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baroque von Zieks.
Yay, he's back. Von Zieks? Oh, no, 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 no. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. Now we see screenshots of him. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sosuke-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reapers that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is a prosecutor.
Oh no.
That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another?
And we're experienced it firsthand. Yeah, with the fire, with a man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. While he was guilty, and we found out that it was... Okay, spoilers for those who haven't seen the end of the first game. Pause me for 15 seconds right now. So yeah, we turned out it was Graydon who killed McGilded by throwing him in the fire. He paid some guards to do the deed. Okay, I hope you unmuted. It's been 15 seconds. Ah, do I have to put up with those ice cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirit and now by the Reaper! Pair of petrifying perils, potentially!
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me!
You more than anyone know.
Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Let's go!
Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it, Mr. Sholmes, I mean.
That's probably for the best. Oh! If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness if Lord Van Zieks were to notice. He would prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling anyway.
Mr. Naruhodo.
You're right.
Yes.
You're so right. Oh, well said, Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said.
I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors, I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor.
Oh, yes!
22nd of February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Robber. Oh, we have a new mixed court. It's led by Bruce Fairplay.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be a session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
Ryunosuke da. It's not just my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Ziggs has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
It was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sosuke-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Juror number 1, Bruce Fairplay.
Absolutely. I have a feeling that this larrikin wasn't innocent before.
Juror number 2 is the lady from the case 4. It's a young lady. We don't have his name yet.
I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refused to sit tight. To sit right.
And then we have juror number 3, who was a fan of Stereoscope, was there during the case of Meridem. So basically the first 3 are identical, the 4th is different.
Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is fetching, actually.
Now we have a new one, juror number 4. She looks like a well-dressed woman. She's a lady with blonde hair, dirty blonde hair with dirty blonde eyes for some reason. She's having big purple earrings. She's having a bit of strong makeup with strong eyelashes, pink lips. She's wearing purple gloves and she's waving a feathered fan. And yeah, she's very well. She's well endowed monetary. Like she looks like she's rich. Like her hat looks expensive. She has a boa, black, expensive, and her feather fan matches the hat and the boa. All of these items looks expensive.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
Then we have juror number 5, which is the worker, and number 6 is the doctor in civilian clothes who looks like olive green, like they're related. So basically, it's the same. It's the same jury, except for number 4, because number 4 in the Natsume's last jury was actually the culprit. And since she was too biased, like we're saying, point of order, juror number 4 is biased and heavily involved in this case, remove her please. And juror number 5,
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bombs tonight or the missus will go through the roof.
juror number 6,
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt.
6 citizens of London, chosen at random, or at least that's the idea.
The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago.
And the jury that was randomly selected is, save but one, the same as 2 years ago.
Accordingly,
Where possible, the same juror has been asked to return for duty today. Oh, fuck. For you for real? Just because, oh, that's the reason they went for?
Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Ziggs, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has a dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime, namely that of the attempted murder of this neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. Exclamation mark. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Aha! Remove my cape! The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Gregson and Natsume on the stand at the same time. Gregson is eating, so... Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Salute.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at the Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Sosuke.
Sosuke Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume,
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it was yesterday, because it was 2 days ago.
The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough.
Oh, believe me, this is the last place I want to be, my lord.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrett Hostel, where the defendant has lodgings.
Spotlight on the crime scene.
In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victims on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine.
Wait, what? He was poisoned by strychnine and he stand up to tell the tale? Whoa.
Bullshit, Your Honor! It was found until the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident?
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
Oh, he's not showing the right angle. We can only see one arm, the one that's holding the fork. The end, we cannot see the other arm where we can see from the end that he's holding the cup of tea. Well, it's kind of irrelevant at this point, but anyway. Oh, and now I notice that on this picture, we cannot see the other half of the soap bar that should be in this picture, but also there's some sort of stain underneath the gas meter, and I don't know why.
Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what it was.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. Victim can be unconscious at the table, having been poisoned.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, yes.
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
Sosuke,
They're haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious! What's hunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings!
The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned.
And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times!
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed to bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze! The point is, I did poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit! Exclamation mark. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Point. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good grief!
Rubble, rubble, rubble!
Order! Order!
Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Sosuke-san is innocent, then why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside already freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen, you say?
That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection?
Bow. None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yes, my lord. Hi. Witness testimony. The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated, literally debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though. The teacups has been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they?
Why didn't I think of that?
Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed! Exclamation mark. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why?
It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
With current scientific techniques, it is not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. Yeah, like, it's not like you could pass a swab on the tea rig to see if they were poisoned. In that time, you needed to have some tea left to see if there was traces of poison inside of the liquid, but there were none.
We only need a drop. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. Exclamation mark.
I see, thank you. The matter is clear.
Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their face, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In the mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel it, all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Slapping his face. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. The catastrophic night.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor. I took some tea with me as a gift.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Ah, no!
We weren't friends! No, not at all! Not at all! Never, ever!
A simple no would have sufficed. Okay, because of his suit, we cannot see his armband, so when he do the movement to adjust, we see nothing. Because there's supposed to be an armband here, but there's not. Because of the suit I selected. Pay no mind to that. And then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now. No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, what was the topic? That was the topic of conversation as well, I presume.
It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings
when I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock.
We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions?
No! Not one! Not two! Not any! Not at all!
Never, ever!
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. We had a heated, literally debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11.
Hold it!
A literally debate about Shakespeare's work, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of discussion, I must say.
Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was the strongest? It was profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet?
Who was stronger? Oh, I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamspear also saw a costume in his room for just such a contest. So when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? Oh, he as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever!
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion?
My tea was harmless! Of course it was!
And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would take the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. A pot of tea before, he must have licked it dry. Which is a pity because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
So, and you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely! By heaven and earth, I swear it!
The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
And how is the landlord able to attest to this?
Oh, he, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector.
When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamp in other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. Garridev seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shamspear's room, I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right! My tea was harmless! Completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
Huh? What do you mean?
Strychnine takes some leaves to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers from violent convulsion, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation.
So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Oh dear, death by poisoning again! It's always so awful.
30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that, and it further degrades Sosuke-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It is spelled it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
The victim's medical report has been entered to the court record. Report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentioned the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Let me read that. Victim William Shamspeare, 31. Cause of coma. Ingestion of small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effect present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. In investigating conclusion, the poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. So he left at 11, and the effects of the poison started at 1:30. So if it's 30 minutes, he must have taken the poison at 1, but that's 2 hours after he already left. I think this is where the contradiction is.
Delayed onset of symptoms.
Great. The victim could have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press that. The argument still stands, you say?
This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poisoning in it, the victim would have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you!
Oh, no, well, no, I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes a time for symptoms to appear, you see. So, you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you'd gone.
But at the same time, why would the guy waited 2 hours after Soseki left to drink the tea? But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea! Oh, so at 9 they had tea and then they fought. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying: drink tea while it's hot! Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. Yeah.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter.
No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo.
Of course, go ahead.
Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating.
I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think.
Afraid so. As things stand, the juror is sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty.
As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to his testimony again.
Yes.
Oh, this is the poison. And this is the tea. I'm gonna save here because I'm not sure. And I'm gonna present the victim's medical report.
Objection!
Yes. The argument still stands, you say? I think not, Inspector.
Come again?
I think you'll find that you've overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here.
A chrono what? What are you on about?
Okay, according to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11.
Ah,
Yes, that's right. There is more than 2 hours of missing time here. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Wah! They both shock at the same time. The same reaction.
The defense argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zieks?
Oh, I brought my wine. I'm pouring myself a cup in my chalice that I might break or not. Let me whiff it. Pray forgive the discourtesy in my mind was as wandered. A toast! I was considering what cuisine would best complement the content of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. Exclamation mark. How could it have happened, you ask? Breaks it. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused has left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink it while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
For example, the man could have another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You're suggesting this may have been suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
Small stap. But he could have been lying. Dot.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Ziek?
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Hold it! Is it Shamspeare? It's Save. Out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow. Spotlight on him. A poor player that struts and frets this hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Macbeth. Part 5, Scene 5.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim.
What? What's he doing here? Ow! He's holding a full scepter. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With this testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim itself.
Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. I'm still at my old tale to tell, my old tale of worse woe.
I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English!
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
And then we see the man in yellow next to him. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him?
Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before.
State your names and occupation for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet they do set the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled to life in you. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare.
Oh, the name's Metterman. Adrian B. Metterman.
Adrian B. Metterman. Adrian B. Metterman. Adrian B. Metterman? Metterman? There's a pod here, but I cannot see it. Adrian B. Meterman. Meterman. Adrian. Adrian B. Meterman. I feel this is the guy from the gas company, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he has a little scar on his cheek, but let's see. A drone B. Meterman. A drum B meter man. A drum B. Nah, maybe I'll find it later.
I work at the Altamont Gas Company, East End Branch office. Yep.
I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, could we have a word?
Yep.
Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garydeb's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh, Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips.
I subpoenaed him from the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the juror's mind, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letter of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be.
Because there isn't less contrived meaning in your name. Nope, not at all.
The jury seems to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid.
They're actually taking the seraph anagram idea seriously?
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introduction.
But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspears doing here? The gas man, I mean. Huh? What? Me? Oh, well now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim has another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young shin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hey, hang on. No, I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
Ah, one may smile and be a villain. Yet it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
Witness testimony. The wintry night of my discontent.
The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window and by the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-back eastern fella. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspears' room all night? Well, that's right. Well, of course, the bloke's windows will all but block up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through that.
The question is,
Why?
Well now, that's because he's on my list.
Oh, what a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you talking about? Are you quoting The Tempest?
This buzzing busybody had not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words.
Well, what did you say about me? Oh, wait. With his duffel bag, he looks like a bee. With his yellow uniform. Adrian B. Yeah. Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Exclamation mark.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Let me take a sip of a drink. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination.
The snow lay about. My neighbor did come in the evening bearing a gift of tea.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs?
And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised on the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history had not seen before.
By which I presume he means...
Their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play a part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but never did I dream it would be a skill practiced by the commonly maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
Oh, my liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Shakespeare seems to do some moves with his arms. He's like pedaling sideways.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Oh my god, he makes me laugh. All the years of the boogaloo say way oh way oh way oh way oh. If the defendant had really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly, 'tis an easy task.
What?
I did drink of the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Fate was stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate
With such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare. In summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? Ah, but of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped old lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Ugh, we all know what that means. 'Twas the tea alone that passed my lips that late hour, not else.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Ah, fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is that there doth not in my chamber be then the costume of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as if a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now that I think about it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all. Oh, he's eating the paper. Yeah, he ate Shakespeare. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine it otherwise? Roy, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which bring us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. No, could have been the paper. Straight 9, yeah. I believe, yeah, you know what? That little fucker, he got poisoned by eating the books. The ink sometimes has toxic materials in it, especially old ink. So eating the plays might send him into a coma, not the tea. Oh, fuck. Which bring us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Ha! I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in.
A historical artifact of the now defunct window attacks! I'm gonna bring that shit up again every time it's being alluded to!
Yeah, you're right here. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking it through that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there?
And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's businesses, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. Nerd.
What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused has left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, Consul, thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic.
And no one else visited this room. No one else visited this room.
I'm trying to better my Popeye impersonation.
I'm trying to finish. No one else ever visited his room. That short little round back Eastern fellow. No one else visited his room but that short little round back Eastern fellow.
Oh shit. I didn't press that line. So that's the entire testimony.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I can't see obvious holes. I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. Me neither.
No, oh dear. If nobody else visited Mr. Shamspear's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume, I imagine the members of the jury will conclude the same thing.
Right, that he's guilty. Well, all we can do is press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough. Press more.
Yes!
Okay, I'm gonna press the last X. This one.
Hold it!
You say a short little round back Eastern fellow. So you can't be sure if it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round back Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London?
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Mr. Miniman?
No, sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Well, because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. And then the pair of them starting some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
Uh-huh.
I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway.
Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gas man's honor.
Hold it.
Fair play. My lord!
Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman?
I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me?
Yes!
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached an unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me?
Yes!
Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Oh, yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason for delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 Bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
Huh? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that what you said. Very well. Let the court be apprised of your decision. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Hey.
Guilty.
Ow.
Guilty.
Ow.
Guilty.
Ow.
Guilty.
No.
Guilty.
6. 6 black.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Into the black scale. Oh shit. All of you.
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
Taking a drink. So, this time at last, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This called for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being unpunished. Guilty being punished. Oh, whoa!
Get up, Mr. Naruto, please! The trial isn't over yet!
What do you mean, Mrs. Zato?
What about the information I found in this encyclopedia for the law I have? That obscure right that that belongs to the defense in this situation, remember?
Oh yeah, the summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in Britain, a court of law, if we can reserve the decisions of a majority of the juror, reverse a majority to the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, or just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not so surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times had exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Somebody stick me, I'm gonna type. Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it!
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. The victims may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache, very fishy.
Hello, Night Sky. How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing well, doing well. We're in the middle of a trial here. But there's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. You're hiding in bed. Alright, that's fine. That's fair enough. I can keep you company while you're in bed.
Oh, I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
You did a lot yesterday, yeah, because you were moving, I believe. Yeah. So now you're back to your old place. How do you feel being back at your old place? Oh, I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. You're restless. All right. Just I'll keep you in bed. I'll probably lull you to sleep. Or you can find maybe I made some ASMR a while back. I put them all under one file. You can look into that. There's like 1 hour and a half worth of ASMR. Only the last one, it looks more like not professional stuff, but at least efficient, because the other time I was whispering, but the music was still on, and it was kind of distracting.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Matsumi said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. Shocking, I took a nap. I haven't been sleeping or anything. Yeah, but it's like, you have to listen to your body. Sometimes I'm like that, especially during the winter. Like, you listen to your body, and then like basically you sleep when you feel like sleeping. You eat when you feel like eating. It's very important you pay attention to your body and all. So there. Let's not forget, I've pleaded with the jury on Sosuke-san's behalf before, and it worked, so you never know. Thinking it was a toxic environment, so I started to get... Yeah. You really had to get out of this toxic environment. Like... Looking back, you would think that it was kind of a hastened move, or maybe it was a rash to, like, being in a relationship. And how long has it been before you started moving in together? Like, it was quite quick.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruto.
Oh!
Well, you're still very new to British law after all.
It went too quick because, like, less than a year in. Yeah! Less than a year in and you're already moving in with that person? Well, that's true, I suppose, and Sosuke-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial details. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again or not bother? No need. I know how it works. I have to tie the lines together. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start of any longer than necessary. What can I say? I want a kid and family. Rush. That was the biological clock talking. You want a child? You want baby? I see. I get it. I think it's important we don't delay the start any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you!
The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding juror against each other. Yes, I'm narrating. I'm doing the voices of everyone.
Without further ado, please, Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Jury examinations. The defense's rebuttal. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? Oh, I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example? Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Oh, well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's value. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen of the jury would do the same. Isn't that right?
Oh, well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening.
Huh? What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? Yeah. Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Alright, if you can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position. There you go. Gonna change.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
Hello, Tyler. I'm doing good, Glad for you to be here. It's the return of Ryunosuke at the trial. We're having a case of attempted murder with poison we couldn't find. So you say yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting just to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Hold it!
No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty.
But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, and he has a mustache, and he stoops.
Racist.
You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance.
You seems to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt.
But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big chin man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw a Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh. That's another 3 steps. All this really does seems more and more like a waltz, doesn't it?
Right, and the prosecution will waltz his way to victory if I let her speak much more. If I let you speak more.
Oh, there's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least.
Hold it!
What do you mean for now? A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? Jury number 4.
Oh. It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action to fear of being sued.
Oh, I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Atlamont, owner of the Atlamont Gas Company.
Good gracious! At Altamont Gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential.
as I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. Gotta be used properly. Yeah. Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course. I am Materman, the worker bee.
I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, he bowed in deference of his employer's wife, did he? Oh, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room?
I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths of the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations.
So your main Mr. Shamspear is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
Yeah, and now she's bringing her umbrella, which is look like a bee's abdomen. So, needless to say that all the Atlamon Gas employees company are gonna look like bees. So yeah, I understand the bee, but not the Adrian. Into the name Adrian B. Meterman. A drone. A drone bee. Okay, it's a drone bee. Because, yeah, all the bees listens to the queen. And all bees are drones. So a drone bee meterman. Because he's the meterman. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you?
Ah, the eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Fate, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But Seraph sears no insults, only choirs of angels and songs. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an ultimate gas explosion!
So Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure! Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Oh, yes, of course.
This could be it. This could be the shift of balance.
The victims put a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas.
I'm gonna pit it against number 1. If you can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position.
Objection!
Yep, the music stopped. These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! Those to whose statement do you refer, Consul?
Juror number 1. Eh? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4 statements made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas.
Well, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady Gasman's honor. Yep, I'm bowing, my queen. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. Oh, exclamation mark. If I could show that Mr. Shamspear was a liar, you assured me. that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold up to it. Switching to white. And as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Oh, well, yes. Switching to white. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to reconsider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you have all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground, so I'm switching white.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning back to white.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do the 4. There you go. Now it keens to white. And now we're succeeded. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty.
Yes, Mr. Naruto! Victory! We tipped the scale!
Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors says guilty, whilst 4 says not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord and order the trial to continue.
Rubble, 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 rubble. Sniffing his glass. He's gonna shatter it. Throws it to the candelabra. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. Oh. He's sad, but he still smiles. ... The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. Oh, he put his hand into his face.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gas man speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burned bright a while, but it had no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi! What did you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you deny the allegation of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
Ugh, you flowy-mouthed pompous beanpole! Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shakespeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, of honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. ... Twirling his curly locks.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it will not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no!
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4.
Yes?
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Forgot your name?
Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. Gas Manzana.
Very well then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord, it will be my pleasure. On the Altamont...
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
I'm gonna check the history.
On the Altamont gas name, I swear.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, ma'am.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside of him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
She does a curtsy. Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful, or it's gonna sting, more. You mark my words.
So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world. Bows.
Do you think the gas has come to his head, Mrs. Otto?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruto.
Alright, witness testimony. The Altamont Gas Company investigation.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont Gas meter accept throw penny bits, each coin's giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Glop, 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 glop.
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zieks?
Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor? Or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this abhorrence? Candelabra! Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than a geographical distance.
But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead.
Dropping the bottle? Do what you will.
This bottle stinks.
Lord Van Zieks appears to be in a violent mood.
Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step is uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. The Altamont Gas Company investigation.
I'm proud to be the company East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been invited to Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as of Mr. Shamspeare?
Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in this meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books.
And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meter himself, Mr. Meterman.
Not much to say really, but as you wish. Altamont gas meter accepts true penny bits, each coin's giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
Hold it!
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes.
So if a 3-pence coins give you two hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in the night?
A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas light and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Sosuke-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating.
Oh yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room actually.
And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Oh, every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company are an awful lot of money.
Curtsy?
But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Oh, I have to go back.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks! He's been pitching gas up for us for ages!
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off the wall and went it over with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special!
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces.
But even after all that, the Rascals meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said. You what? And the look on his face, the smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of Benjamin opened anywhere. Not a single sign.
Is he trying to choke himself with his own abscot? He's pulling it as hard as he could.
And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Oh, nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh.
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meterman.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this 8th item while the trial is ongoing.
The gas meter has been entered into the court record. A meter that dispenses gas for set time after a coin is inserted It sports a very strong lock, especially with Mr. Shamspears in mind. Definitely. Let me check. I want to examine this new evidence. Let's see. There's a sticker here. This is where you put the coin. There's a button. There's a gas meter. Oh. Oh ho ho! What's this? There's a hole in the bottom. Oh, what's that?
Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, just here, there's a little hole. Do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear?
Possibly. It seems the people at Atmon Gas must have missed it.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Through to the inside.
Well, but there must be... There's no way a coin could fit through there.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
Gas meter. The detail of the gas meter has been updated in the court record. A meter that dispenses gas for a set time. The attached coin box sports a very strong lock, and there's a tiny hole in its base. Okay. Let's see this coin slot. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
All the money box is sealed with beeswax too.
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruto, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would.
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Let's see. That's all there is. Oh, I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on. The red is gone here. Oh!
What is it, Mr. Naruto?
This bar of soap, when we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one.
Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty.
Where could the disc have gone? The detail of the bar of soap has been updated. Okay. The reason why I went to the bar of soap is I thought that... Okay, red circle aside, it feels like what they could have done is pour water inside the bar of soap, leave it outside to freeze, and then they'll remove it. It will make a coin made of ice. You would put the coin of ice inside the meter, then you got some gas, then it would heat, then the ice will melt and leak through that hole. So this is why I think it's happening. This is what I think it's happening right now. But rather here, maybe the round circle that was red is probably wax. So I guess we need to get back and investigate the room to see if there was... Because I remember there was a stain on the floor, so probably it was wax. So probably that's what they've been using. They've been using candle wax and then let it outside to cool and to bring it back. So that's how the Shamspear scams the gas company, by making fake coins. The coins doesn't the coin dispenser in this time doesn't make a difference between a real and a fake coin. So as soon as you feel the weight of a coin, they bring some gas for 2 hours. So he has to wake up at night. Yeah, 3 bars of soap. Yes, 3 bars of soap. So, 3 bars of soap for 6 hours. So we woke up in the middle of the night because it's been 3 hours. But the reason, yeah, the fork was to fetch the coin out of the soap bar. I think that's what happened. Okay, so this has been updated. Okay, so this is interesting. Definitely, although at first glance there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has much value as the contents of that meter. Ugh! The meter doesn't appear to be tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Oh, not even tampered with? What about that hole?
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh, what?
You're right, you're quite right. There's a little hole there.
The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be all that surprised, but why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give me the court some more details about your meter design.
What sort of details?
Well, what I'd basically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it?
Oh no, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a 3 penny bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A 3 penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit.
Oh, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins to the exact diameter and thickness of a 3 penny bit. Nothing else would fit.
I'm gonna present the bar of soap. Because it has the depression would say it's about 3/4 of an inch thick.
Objection!
No? Oh shit. Maybe I went too fast. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take the fail. The witness' last statement is correctly contradictory. We consider the piece of evidence here. Yes, undeniably.
You say it's undeniable, counsel, but I fail to see any contradiction here at all.
Oh, I think perhaps that itself is the contradiction.
Indeed.
Or time for a retake. The meter is designed for coins exact diameter and thickness of a 3 penny bit. No, nothing else will fit. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3 pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally be well used. Would that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well.
Oh, we've thought about that though anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, The contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them.
It seems the gas company has thought of everything.
Wahoo! Hooray for gas! Hooray for cash! Ultimate all the way! That's quite enough of that! She's poking him with the tip of the umbrella, like a sting of a bee. Poke, 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 poke. Remind me, how big are throw penny pits?
About 3/4 of an inch across.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there are some other aspects of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on?
Oh yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Yeah, delve deeper in it. Yeah. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Well, yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it must have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, wielded shut to ensure that it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Wahoo! Yeah! Nothing leaks from an ultimate meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
Oh, I see.
The witness will amend their formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There is no way to dismantle it. Is there?
Hold it!
Let me check the court record again. Has anyone ever tried? Yeah, it is mended shut. I don't see. Yeah, there's no way. Like, can this be? There are screws. It can be unscrewed. Screws on the back. Yeah, I thought about the ice coins. That's what I just said. Like, we see there was a bar of soap with the indentation. And we just leave it outside. Like, but when we found the bar of soap, there was no ice. There was some sort of red substance. So it's probably candle wax. Because I don't see, if I recall, the lodgings, they don't have any tap water. They have to fetch their water from a well, and the well froze. This is why Natsume made the tea with a bottle of water bought from the market. Because usually would have used the water from the well. But being February, the ice freeze, so probably since water cannot be welled, he would use candle wax to make coins. And with the heat, wax will be hot enough to melt and will still leak through that hole. Yeah, it's welded shut, but as you can see, there's clearly screws here. And here as well, and here as well. I cannot interact with them, sadly. I wonder if I, okay, since I pressed, I will go back and I'll present the gas box again. But I doubt it's gonna work because we can clearly see the screws. Has anyone tried?
Oh yeah, they tried, but they all giving up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspects of the meter construction that we should be focusing on?
Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack. Like asking how the meter differentiates coins. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. That's not thieving, what is?
Hold it!
How do you know that he's been using gas, though? The meter? Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stoves pounding. And in the middle of winter, he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheek, and says,
Oh, get thee to a nunnery.
Hamlet, indeed!
Ugh, I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open that flaming meter, it's empty! He's robbing me of my salary, too! What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice? But how can Mr. Shamspear possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand.
The simple explanation is right before your eyes.
What?
A toast to your eventually realizing that the gas man could be an accomplice.
You what?
Good lord! Eminently plausible indeed!
Altamont, ...
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Queen Bee. I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money of gas been collected doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you doc are paid by the same amount. So you'll be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly, that makes no sense.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No, I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'll be finished!
Oh, it would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim. Because Mr. William Shakespeare is innocent! Candelabra! Pray forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under.
Oh, I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room.
According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume.
I know it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases are interlinked.
Oh.
It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected.
Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance.
Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspear so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to steal their gas?
Okay.
I have a feeling I need to bring back the differentiating of thing and leave it at that. Cause, oh wait, you know what? I'm gonna save here. And then I'm gonna present the meter box. But I don't think the fact that he has nothing to unscrew the bolts anyway, so I doubt it's gonna work.
Objection!
No, it didn't work. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reload, and what I'll do is pressing this statement Yes, I tried the soap at first, but it didn't work. So what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna bring back the statement. When she claims, like, with this particular statement, she can be amended to two things: focusing on the dismantling or defending on the cone differentiation. So right now, I want this line. I can present the soap, but there's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across.
Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think?
Okay, now they're making the connection. Okay, it didn't work at first because we didn't have the necessary information that suggests this, because I went ahead. They need to figure out.
Do you think?
We did find the soap at the scene, did we?
Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly.
Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? The details of bar of soap has been updated. This is a 2 centimeters diameter circular depression in the middle of the one surface. Okay, so now it's been identified. Okay, now I present.
Objection!
Now it works. There you go. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shamspear's room, we found a peculiar item that matches the dimension perfectly.
Something the same size as a threepenny bit? What was it?
The item in question is this.
What? What have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
Oh, it certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here.
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Oh! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch of diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away!
Does anyone here present have their possession of a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. Click! My word! It couldn't be more snug!
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company has been defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Rabble. Okay, we can see the rest of the dress and its stripes, just like a bee, red and black, or yellow and black.
So, your assertions amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas?
Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by the threepenny bit.
I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you could use, well, some melted wax of something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspear has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is nonsense! If the man has been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when they emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air. Yes.
He found it!
Exactly! And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Calsol, the defense will identify these remnants of the quartz at once.
The green stuff?
Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make fake coins disappear be seen?
Here? Oh shit. I cannot save. The hole. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be the hole.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice?
Mr. Shamspear has been leaving soap like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning.
Then he takes these fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter coin boxes melts,
turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of this wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Everybody ...
Just like that? So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with those bars of soap and some water?
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent on to develop that new meter? And now we have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless?
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it, madam.
Evidence!
Sorry?
I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof!
She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she?
Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
What? Mr. Naruto, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory?
Well, I didn't notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about the Mr. Shamspear has been stating is yeah, the crime scene photo. There's a puddle of water underneath the gas meter.
Take that!
Yes! This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain! Almost certainly like it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Ah! If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all these waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor.
This is awful!
And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspear is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right here next to him is a bar of soap broken in half.
You're right!
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he?
In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand.
The meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely.
Did you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes! To extract a frozen coin from the bar soap.
Ah! But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious!
Throw his bottle. ... Lord Van Zieks? I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well...
That Mr. William Shamspear, is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it! That's exactly it! Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well... we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court have seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspear is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What?
Order! Order! Well, Counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo!
What was the point to that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zix is saying? Raise an objection or wait and see? It just saved, but I'm gonna save again. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What?
But Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspear to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zee just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them has been objectively established at all.
What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to make the stand.
Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There is a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was someone else responsible? Was there another visitor? Was the poison in the tea? Was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that affected Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it could be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. Oh. Because the well froze, he couldn't make more ice coins, so he used his tea to make more coins. So at 1 in the morning, at 1:30 in the morning, he needed to he used the tea. He made a coin made of tea ice and used it, and when he breathed it, he didn't ingest it, he didn't ingest the poison, he breathed it. But the question is, the poison could have been in the water, which Natsume bought, but we have to know who he bought it from. That would be the killer. The killer would be whoever sold the water to Natsume. And the particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigating the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense have made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
The red bar, the coin that's missing, that we didn't see. It wasn't red. It was actually, yeah. Is it gonna be it? I'm just gonna make sure.
Take that!
Good gracious! The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice?
Yes, that's right, my lord. It just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday.
It's more bars of soap.
So, what are bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap. There was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating! In a way, yes. But there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red? No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. Exclamation mark. What? I will remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never!
Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasion, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
Rabble, rabble, rabble. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene.
Ah, that's right. And we only borrowed one of them.
Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in the bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been a mere conjecture, by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all.
Arg! You smug Nipponese!
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Order! Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood.
It seems we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Vanzix.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite test immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigation as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
To be continued. Yeah. So next is gonna be investigation part 2. So this feels more like the mechanic of a regular Phoenix Wright. So now we're gonna save for sure. Yeah, investigation part 3. Okay. But we're gonna stop our game here. It's almost been 5 hours, and my voice is a little bit tired. Not hoarse.